poison turned to stone. The earth was breathing shallow and the sky was spitting bone. Rain like liquid iron, melting pine and forest floor. Lucia wears a heavy cloak, but she's carrying much more. Coarse wool against the tunic, soaked through to the skin, but the heat within her marrow is where the fire's always been. Beneath the hunchback silhouette, the leather straps bite deep, binding down the starlight while the human world's asleep. Every step's a bargain, every breath's a lie. A peasant
eyes of Caleb closed in through the rain. I thought my final moment had come, a warrior's pain. Then a peasant girl unbound her wings, a flash of blinding light, a goddess born of starlight, descending on the fight. Her glory shatters the darkness. A goddess born of starlight. The iron hounds are closing in. I'm sinking in the mire. My silver plate is cold as sand. My lungs are filled with fire. I braced for the harvest, I braced for the end, but the shadows are breaking, the heavens descend. Is it a demon or a saint in the grave? The girl from the brambles has torn the world away. I saw a peasant's cloak, heavy with the rain. I saw a hunchback girl stepping through the pain. Then the leather snapped, a thunder in the wood, and I saw a glory I never understood. The straps gave way like a traitor's lie. She's uncoiling a kingdom, she's claiming the sky. Iridescent oil slick celestial white. The monster of the legends is my only light. My sword is in the mud, my blood is in the clay, but the storm gray in my eyes has found a place to stay. I'm tracing the arc of a wing made of stars, while she stands above me, healing my scars. Not with a bandage, not with a prayer, but the weight of the silence she breathes in the air. The year is 10 and 13, and I am not afraid. It's in the flint.
warmth of a kitten, and I've let go. You're drowning in silver and bleeding out slow. Do you think that this steel is a skin you can keep? When the rot starts to settle, it's biting and deep. The demon is trying to save what remains of a man who is tangled in pride and in chains.
Struck my order, the crest on the breast. I won't die, a beggar, strip like the rest. If you're going to kill me, then do it in plate. Don't peel back the metal, don't leave me to fight.
She snaps the leather straps with a flick of a claw, the sound like a whip crack. Fate's already here and she's drenched in the rain, with white scaled wings and a heart full of disdain. Hold your breath, Captain, this isn't a grace. I'm just clearing the way so I can look at your face, the unmaking. The clatter of the pauldrons hitting the sand echoes. Lucille leans in, her amber eyes reflecting off the polished surface of his breastplate as she unlatches the side pins. The heat from her chest begins to make the damp padding beneath his armor hiss.
One buckle for honor, one buckle for lies, one for the god who ignores all your cries. The metal is cold, but the blood underneath is boiling away like the sword in its sheath. She heaves the heavy torso blood over the lurid gas. The sudden loss of the weight made making his lungs spasm. Now only a sudden crimson stain to mix separates the bone from the air. His voice a ghost of a sound. The bolt, it's Barb Lucia. Stop. You'll pull out the life with every draw! Between you and the feast!
Extraction. She grips the shaft of the crossbow. The air in the cave grows stifling as her internal temperature rises. A faint glow pulsing beneath the skin of her throat.
On three, you'll remember the way that you breathed before you were hollowed, before you were shit!
Waiting for the clutch mates your brothers have slain. Two for the secrets I've kept in the rage.
wet. Sickening slide of iron against bone. Alaric's scream is cut short by a choked rattle as she yanks the bolt clear. Immediately, she presses her glowing palm directly onto the jagged hole in his shoulder. The smell of scorched cloth and cauterized flesh fills the fissure. Alaric's eyes roll back, his body turning limp against the sand. Don't you dare die on my floor, Sir Knight. I didn't break my silence just to watch you go die. Peel back the silver, strip back the pride. There's nowhere for heroes or demons to hide. The iron is heavy, the spirit is thin. I'm breaking the shell just to save what's within. Let the world outside shiver, let the iron hounds bay. In the heat of my shadow, the death chill will stay. At the edge of the world, where the lightning is blue, I'm the monster Elric, who's bleeding for you. The bridge. A low, vibrating hum starts in Lucia's chest. The dragons purr. The sound is both predatory and medicinal, vibrating through Alaric's bones. You hunted my kind for the shine of a scale. You wrote us on nightmares in every detail. But look at these hands, they are steady and warm.
You're drowning in silver and bleeding out slow. Do you think that this steel is a skin you can keep? When the rot starts to settle, it's biting and dead. Let the world outside shiver. Let the iron hounds bay. In the heat of my shadow, the death chill will stay. At the edge of the world, where the lightning is blue, I'm the monster who's bleeding for you. Fate's already here, and she's drenched in the rain. With white-scaled wings and a heart full of disdain. Hold your breath, this isn't a grace. I'm just clearing the way so I can look at your face. The snapping of twigs, the smell of the steel, the weight of the hunt is all that we feel. The iron hounds howl with a hunger so deep through the tangled thicket where the shadows creep. Lucia looks back with a fire in her eyes as the first of the arrows streaks through the sky. Don't look back, she cries through the wind, leaving the world where our journey pinned. The forest is fading, the slopes getting steep. A promise of safety we're trying to keep. Running to the mountains high, a new beginning, a terrifying story. Running to the fray, leaving the ashes of yesterday. We're running to the mountains high. The air's getting thin and the rocks start to slide. There's nowhere to run and there's nowhere to hide. Alaric is stumbling, his boots lose their grip. One single mistake and we're bound for the slip. She catches his arm with a strength not of men, lifting him up as only she can. Running to the mountains high, a new beginning, a terrifying story. Up we're climbing to the fray, leaving the ashes of yesterday. We're running to the mountains high. The hounds are below us, your name like a war cry. Lucia, you laugh with a bleeding lamb. We're still here, man's blood. In the sound of shadows, I hear you call my name. Dark suns in the borderlands, but you burn through every flame. When the machine hellhounds circle and the world comes torn in two, in the sound of shadows, all I find is you. Red eyes swarm through the broken dust. Teeth made of metal, vying for identity. See you take my hand, say one breath more. If this is the end, let it be our ash in our lungs, borderlands burning behind us. Steel in your eyes, even the sky turns red. Alaric bleeding through broken armor. This in the sound of shadows, when the dark runs wild, I've got machine hellhounds on my heels, but you at my side. In the sound of shadows, where the brave come to die. If the world falls into black tonight, I still find you at my side. Teeth made of chrome, glowing jaws in the distance, boots in the dust. We don't bother to hide. Every step closer to the undead. Every step closer, and you're mine. In the sound of shadows, when the dark runs wild, I've got machine hellhounds on my heels, but you at my side. In the sound of shadows, where the brave come to die. If the world falls into black tonight, I still find you at my side. Is this the last stand? Is this the last lie? Your hand in my hand, I stop fearing the night. If this is how we're written, let them come, let them try. I was lost in the borderlands till you looked back and said we survived. runs wild. I've got machine hellhounds on my heels, but you at my side in the sound of shadows, where the brave come to die. If the world burns out and breaks apart, I still find it in the shadow. Hear you call my name. Dark times in the borderlands, but you burn through every flame. When the machine hellhounds circle and the world comes torn into, in the sound of shadows, all I find is you. If the sky goes black, we'll paint our own dawn. If the ground gives way, we'll stand on what's gone. If this is last night, I still choose it with you. Every broken tomorrow still starts with us two. In the sound of shadow, I hear you call my name. Dark times in the borderlands, but you burn through every flame. When the machine hellhounds circle and the world comes torn into, in the sound of shadows, all I find is you. The silence was worse than the storm. 1,000 echoes of water, a forest that mourned. The wind died, the rain ceased, the scent began to rise, and with it the hunt, the hounds, the cries. Oh, the iron hounds, they're on our tail. They're baying echoes, our hearts set to fail. We must keep moving through the mud and the night, for in their jaws our deaths will be tight. Cave was our shelter, but not our savior. The hounds at the base, their hunger to favor. We fled to the mountains, to the dragons to fly, where the wind howls like wolves and the snow falls to the sky. Oh, the iron hounds, they're on our tail. They're baying echoes, our hearts set to fail. We must keep moving through the mud and the night, for in their jaws our deaths will be tight. Lucia's wings folded, her strength our guide, through the treacherous slope where one slip would divide our fate from our future, our lives from our past. But still we push forward through the snow and the glass. Oh, the iron hounds, they're on our tail. They're baying echoes, our hearts set to fail. We must keep moving through the mud and the night, for in their jaws The weight of Alaric, a burden that claps her knees, buck through her back strains and cracks, but still she pushes on through the snow and the attack. The howling grows louder, the hounds The axe met the shadow with a thunderous sound, cracking the ice on the holy ground. Lucia's fire turned the purple to white as she poured her life into the light. One final opening, one desperate chance in the heart of the battle's deadly dance. Zealkarik struck with a heaven-sent cry. It's heaven that the Shadow King must die! Hounds are silent. The snow is turning red. The dragon stands. The shadow is dead. afraid. His spirit renewed, his power unfold. The Dragon King's roar echoed through the land as Sailkarak slipped with a fierce command. The night has shed his mortal skin. Let the reign of the king begin. A crimson storm, a black scale jest. Sailkarak puts the hounds to rest. Beside him soars the purple queen, the fiercest sight the world has seen. From time and space, the forest floor is slick with oil and rain as Lucia strikes like a hurricane. She grabs a hound by its rusted throat, her wings are shimmering violet. She slaps battle ends, a light returns.
working through the heat of the night, drowning the world in a shadow of light. When the honor is given, the earth starts to moan under the weight of the boots of the stone. For earth and shadow, born as king, our march is endless, our will is real. Fled and backless, army praise. We are the young men, we are the fans. Careless vengeance is finally here. We feed on the silence, we bring in the They hunt through the forest, they hunt through the pass, leaving a trail of the blood on the grass. No mercy for dragons, no mercy for men. They'll conquer the world as only they can. Kalen watches from his tower of black, knowing there's no way for the light to come back. With a flick of his wrist and a word of command, the steel tide is rising to swallow the land. Fortress in shadow, on a field, our march is endless, our will is real. Yet in darkness, any place, we are the young men, we are the fans. Canon's vengeance is finally here. We feed on the silence, we breathe in the fear. I am for the heart, I am for the bone. Kalen is king on a blood-spattered throne. Surrounds all the Fortress in shadow, born of field, our march is endless, our will is real. Fled and backless, any place, we are the young men, we are the fans. Chaos vengeance is finally here. We feed on the silence, we breathe in the fear. The hounds are coming, run if you can. Kalen's shadow across the land, only the iron remains, only the iron.
Two dragons in the snow, two secrets in the dark. The simmer begins.
Frequency so cold, Menzel corrects his claws in a shower of sparks to behold. The force of the impact cracked the very ground as eras collided with a deafening sound. The spire trembles at the weight of the age, a god-killer humming with mechanical rage. Black guys singing a sickening song where the metal is cold and the magic is strong. Sailcoats rises a mountain of fire against the sulfur. Sparks let it starlight, the foundation praise the king and the warlord for all of the Rick screams in the tempest of mind. The weave of his arm always seven and nine. Mutter leg glances the floor like a flame. While Caelan is roaring a conqueror's name. The anvil and the hammer, the machine and the soul. Two halves of a legend finally made whole. One takes the blade to the heart of the light. The other descends like a ghost at night. To the glass, to the fire, through the crushing of steel. The power of heaven is all they will feel. Alaric's voice echoed in Lucia's mind so bright. The chest plate was the key to end the fight. You bleed like a mortal, the tyrant declares, as blue-white thrusters ignite the salt airs. But the dragon is baiting, the knight holds the line to trap the god killer by ancient design. Lucia is rising, a prism awaits, shaking the dust that the battlefield brings. She sees the opening, the gap in the chest. The queen of the heavens is born to the test. She flew with velocity like a projectile true, and shattered the cockpit with a force unknown. Oh, the Dragon King with a heart so bold fought the Iron Sovereign with a story to be told. With Lucia by his side through the dark of night, together they clashed with all their might. Caelan fell from his mechanical throne. A sound current rose to claim his own. The dragons roared, danced through the land as the warlord's reign came to an end. So proud. The chest plate, Lucia, when I hold him, a thunderclap command, a sacrifice of limb. The black blade plunges, buried to the hilt, to pay for the empire the warlord has built. He pins down the sovereign, he rips off the mask. Lucia, the projectile, defies the last task.
run from the crystal light slave. The Dragon King with a heart so bold, hold the iron sovereignty seen by your side. Through the dark and light, to conquer the prize. With all their might, Kaelin fell from his mechanical throne. A Selkirk rose to claim his own. The dragons roar and go through the land as the warlord's reign came to an end. So the gold scales are fading to mist and to bone. Alaric is kneeling on cold, shattered stone. A rugged, weary grin, a touch on the cheek. The strength of a king for the words they don't speak. The emperor is cracking, the heartbeats resound. The fires are dying all over the ground. The dragon holds a woman who's a dragon legend hid at the edge of the sky. Don't be confused by the always. The battle smoke has cleared away on this new and hopeful day. But the king is broken on the stone. The greatest pain I've ever known. I kneel beside his crimson side, with nowhere left for us to hide. The iron blade has left its mark, draining light into the dark. I reach into my velvet pouch, beside his head I saw
beside the man who braved the dragon's lair. The purple lightning fades into the gray as morning brings a different kind of day. The storm has passed, the mountain's breath is still. No more the blood upon the frozen hill. Hand in hand, the dragon and the night walk out from shadows to the morning light. The iron hounds have time to rest in stone. They leave behind the ruins and the Zalcarex cleans the black blood from his blade. A debt of honor finally has been paid. No longer hiding who they're meant to be. Two souls united, finally set free. The hidden town will sleep in peace tonight, protected by the embers of their might. The peace is fragile as a winter rose. Underneath the drifting silent snows, the scars they carry never truly fade. The price of every sacrifice they made. Yet in the quiet, hope begins to bloom, far away from Kalen's lonely tomb. The storm has passed, the mountain's breath is still. No more the blood upon the frozen hill. Hand in hand, the dragon and the night walk out from shadows to the morning light. The iron hounds have turned to rust and stone. They leave behind the ruins and the The dragon's tail sweeps through the snow, a secret only the mountains know. Peaceful now, peaceful in the valley of the wild.
That night a kiss, it tasted of the ages. I left the world of men behind the gate. The misty gloom is where her power rages. I walked into the fog to meet my fate. Then suddenly the trees were set aglow by a crown of horns and hair of falling snow. She stood before me more than just a bride. The dragoness was waiting by my side. She said, I own the night. The day is weak and the sun is for the blind, but I live to see those rays slip away. I rule the night. There's so much I can take and give to you, if you will bow before me tonight. If only you could see her mantle, dear, a rainbow forged of starlight and of scales, massive wings that banish every fear, draped like a cape as mortal sunlight fails. Her obsidian crown, her pulse is violet and deep, while the world of men is lost in shallow sleep. One look in the mirror and the truth was shown. I found a queen and she has found a throne. Look down and see her tail across the floor, a heavy barricade against the door. To the world you knew, there is no return. In the dark rainbow, let your old life She said, I own the night. The day is weak and the sun is for the blind, but I live to see those rays slip away. I rule the night. There's so much I can take and give to you, if you will bow before me tonight. Come darkness, I'll see her again, the queen of the mist, where the legends begin. I love the night. She is the night.
High on the peak where the violet mist swirls, reigns the most powerful force in the world. In a gown of deep lilac with eyes like the sea, she walks with the grace of ancient decree. A crown on her brow made of obsidian stone. The purple queen sits on her mountaintop throne, but beneath her silk skin and the silver spun hair is a fire that burns with a dangerous flare. She's the dragon queen, heart of the fire, clothed in the lightning and bathed in the fire. Ruled a woman, so regal and lean the neck. She's the shadow, the monster unseen, with scales of amethyst and wings like the Dragon Queen. The knights in their armor come seeking for gold, but she has a spirit that cannot be sold. With a snap of her fingers, the atmosphere shifts as the weight of her human form suddenly lifts. The purple light pulses, the ground starts to shake. A slumbering giant begins to wake. The seal turns to iron, her fingers to claws. She shatters the silence and defies all the laws. She's the Dragon Queen, heart of the pyre, clothed in the lightning and bathed in the fire. Woman to woman, so regal and lean. The next she's the shadow, the monster unseen, with scales of amethyst and wings like the night. She takes to the heavens, a terrifying sight. The Dragon Queen, ruler of flame. The world falls in silence at the sound of her Don't be deceived by her soft human smile. The beast has been waiting for more than a while. When the violet wings stretch and the embers ignite, she'll paint all the clouds with a lavender light. She's the storm and the sky, she's the earth and the deep, the secret the mountains were promised to keep. She's the Dragon Queen, heart of the pyre, clothed in the lightning and bathed in the fire. Woman to woman, so regal and lean. The next she's the shadow, the monster unseen, with scales of amethyst and wings like the night. She takes to the heavens, a terrifying sight. The Dragon Queen, ruler of flame. The world falls in silence at the sound of her name. Watch the horizon for a flash of the grape. The woman, the dragon, the shifting of shape. The smoke clears away, she is standing alone. The purple queen returns to her throne. To her throne. The fire never dies.
apartment felt like a cage tonight, so she followed the trail of the flickering light. A ghost in the alley, a blur in the trees. She watched through the leaves on her trembling knees. She saw the man she kisses at dawn become a soldier with his dragon sword drawn. But the thing in the clearing, it wasn't a myth. It was a nightmare of glass and a mouthful of eyes glowing like embers of hate, a jagged tooth grin sealing a terrible fate. The shadow was watching, a void in the air, while the glass-mouthed demon caught you unaware. A sickening crunch, a spray on the snow. The dragon hunter is forced to his knees, moving slow. The sword hit the pavement with a she whispers, her hands on your chest. The glass mouth is lunging, it's put to the test. She stands in the gap, she's not backing down. A white-haired angel in a dark, dirty town. She's looking at horror she can't unsee, but all she can see is you needing to be. took her hand, the two of us together taking a stand. I'm the queen, she whispered, her wings catching the air, and no more demons are gonna touch you there. The water in the flame, the end of the
The sky turned to cinders, the moon turned to red. The devil's own legions rose up from the dead. I held a dragon's sword, cold in my grip, with a vow on my tongue and blood on my lip. But I wasn't alone in the heat of the fray. The girl from the window was leading the way. No more hiding in shadows or waiting for news. She's got the power that the darkness will lose. It's the hunter and the queen in the eye of the gale, with the flash of the steel and the whip of the tail. From the pits of the hellfire to the city above, there's the force as deadly as a warrior's love. Let the sulfur burn hot and the thunder roll in. Tonight is the night that the humans will win. She took to the air with her wings unfurled wide, with the rainbow fire and the stars on her side. She's raining down healing, she's blasting the night, while I'm on the ground, a blur in the fight. One strike for the bruises, one strike for the tears, one strike for the silence of all of those years. The glass moth is shattered, the shadow is gone. as one. Two silhouettes standing in the light of the sun. She folded her wings as she stepped to the floor, and I sheathed the blade of the dragon once more. Home, I asked as I reached for her hand. She smiled like the ruler of all of this land. She The valley floor was slick with rain. The shadows stretched like fingers through the pines. You stood between the dark and me, where the light of day and hollow night entwine. The sun caught in your tangled crown of brown, as rich as autumn soil or polished oak. I saw the resolve within your eyes before the silence of the forest broke. Like thunder, wild and fast, a blur of rubber and of weathered steel. But even lions tire at last, when the crushing weight of darkness makes them kneel. Claw, a sudden flash, the world went quiet as the iron bit. I saw the color leave your face and the heavy, hollow, aching end of the heavy and out of breath. Wash the copper from your brow and smooth the chestnut strands away from sight. I never knew a shade of
shadows creep. A promise that the earth will keep. I held your hand as the sky turned pale, watching the stillness of your long dark tail, curved like a question in the dust. A broken blade, a heart of rest your head on the mossy floor. You don't have to hunt the beast no more.
The wind is whispering through the grain, calling out a dead man's name. You spin like a siren, warning and a wish, kissing me then pulling back, tide that always shifts. Love is like a hurricane, spinning through this room. Hurry down and build again. Leave a rose in the ruins. Only love can make it rain on a clear blue morning. Turn a calm heart into waves, crashing, calling. Love is like a stormy night, rattling a window frame. Only love can make it rain. Only love can make it rain. Love is like a hurricane, spinning me around your name, tearing down the walls I made. Then it goes again, comes and goes like summer flames, burning up but leaves the same. Every time I curse your name, I still chase the rain. We were talking quiet on the porch, streets a river, power gone, your hand shaking in the dark, still the safest place I've known. You said, this can't stay this wild, I stay if the sky never cleared? Could you hold every fear that I've hid here? When the wind takes your name from my mouth, will I miss you or the pouring down? Only love can make it rain on a clear blue day. Out of nowhere, love is like a stormy night crashing through the quiet in my chest. Love is like a hurricane, tears and laughter spinning through the air. Comes and goes, comes and goes, but it always leaves you bare. Love is like a hurricane, raining love, raining love, raining love, spinning me around your name, tearing down the walls I made. Then it goes again, comes and goes like summer flames, burning up and leaves a stain. Every time I curse your name, I still chase the rain. I had the keys to a palace, glass on the floor, but I couldn't stand to walk through the door. 'Cause every corner felt like a stage, and I was a bird inside of a cage, set up for a fall I didn't see coming. So I traded the noise for a rhythmic numbing. I found a bed where the headstones grow in the middle of nowhere, with nowhere to go. And the summer nights were cold on my skin, but the silence felt like my only care. Lost with life while the world was sleeping, among the secrets that marble was keeping. I was ill with the why and the how it began, building a ghost out of a broken woman. They call it cold when you close the gates, but I call it weightless to carry no hate. I learned the hard way what access is worth when you've slept on the edge of the cooling earth. I don't need the echo, I don't need the crowd. The static of people is getting too loud. If the room disturbs the peace in my head, I'd rather be back with the shadows instead. Selectedness isn't a wall or a stone, it's the beauty of standing entirely alone. I stopped begging for seats at a table of lies. I've seen the truth through a graveyard's eyes. Solitudeness in a shadow to flee, it's the only place I am finally made. like a fish through the sea, slowing the moments that were breaking me. He'd bat at the sand in the hourglass glass, watching the pain and the treachery pass.
He taught me that ruthless is just another word for protecting the music that nobody's heard. While I slept on the stone, he guarded the gate to make sure my spirit didn't expire too late.
They say time heals all, but they've got it all wrong. Time is a predator, unless you are strong. But the cat knows the rhythm, the cat knows the beat of a heart that is finding its own steady feet. I stopped chasing the clock, I stopped running for show. Now I go at the pace only time cats know. The graveyard is empty, but I'm never alone. I carry the piece that I found on the stone, with a tail like a comet and a gaze like the moon. The cat says I've come to my senses quite soon.
The peace is enough.
In frost-kissed halls where silence reigns, she kneels upon the scattered bloom. White rivers of hair in moonlight's chains, rainbow wings folded in quiet gloom. Blood embers glow behind crimson gaze, tail coiled like a serpent's dream, silk over scale in delicate haze, a queen in exile, or so it sang. Then stirs the blood of primal fire, bones lengthen with a thunderous hymn, skin hardens into ancient ire, the veil tears, she rises within. Eternal sovereign of the prison flame, born where chaos kissed the void's first cry, wings that rend the firmament, both the cage of ice and the unbound sky. Dragon queen of aeons unchained, light and fury, fortune stellar birth. In the cosmos is reclaimed. Queen of ruin, queen of dragoness, an endless dance of death. Terror rises a Celadon. You see, eternal slumbering.
for the girl, one pulse for the beast. The dance of the famine, the dance of the feast. To kneel is to bury the world in the clay. To rise is to burn all the shadows away. In a land of fire and ice, she ruled with grace. The dragoness queen with a fierce, majestic face. But deep within her heart, a sorrow did reside. For love had forsaken her, leaving her empty inside. Her wings of purple fire now weighed down with tears. Her fire once bright, now dimmed by her fears. The dragoness queen, broken and alone. Her heartache consuming her, a loveless throne. Purple fire in her heart bleeds like a light does in the dark. Purple fire in it. Purple fire in her heart bleeds like a light does in the dark. She longed for the touch of a warrior's hand, but no one could withstand the flames of her lust. Her passion burned bright, but no one could tame the fierce dragoness queen, forever unclaimed. Her wings of purple fire now weighed down with tears. Her fire once bright, now dimmed by her fears. The dragoness queen, broken and alone. Her heartache consuming her, a loveless throne. In the darkness of the night, she wept silent tears. Her kingdom lay still, untouched by her fears. She longed for a love that would never be. The dragoness queen, lost in her misery. Her wings of purple fire now weighed down with tears. Her fire once bright, now dimmed by her fears. The dragoness queen, broken and alone. Her heartache consumed
with fire in her breath. But now she's just a shadow, a ghost of her former self. She flies high above the land, her wings torn and tattered, the pain in her eyes, a love lost and shattered. She cries out into the night, a mournful haunting sign. The dragoness, the queen, her heart forever bound. She longs for the touch of her love once more, but he's gone, lost to her forever. She'll never be whole. She's the Legolas cry, forever married, with the heartache that lingers amidst her pain. No love to warm her, no solace to find. The dragon is queen, forever loveless and tween. Purple fire in her heart leads like a light does in the dark. One helpfully she will find her lover's hand again.
Who the time can sneaking through the cracks, with a clock for a heart and a tail that snaps, skipping through seconds like they're stepping stones, in a world where the past picks up the phone. Who the time can't tell me where you've been, sliding through hours like a slime machine. Tick tock, where's the scene? Who the time can living in between. Pause on the present, claws in the past, feline footprints where shadows are cast, leaping through futures, no map, no guide, a Cheshire grin where the timelines collide. Him where, he said nowhere, everywhere. Who the time can't tell me where you've been, sliding through hours like a slime machine. Tick tock, where's the scene? Who the time can living in between? Does he dream in seconds? clock spins in your mind. Does it purr or does it grind? A second slipping through the blinds. Is it chasing the moon? Or napping at noon? Time! Cash! Time! Is it yours? Is it mine? A spiral of light. Oh, time! Cash! What is time? Is it a thread? A needle weaving what we've said? Does it leap or softly tread? A shadow curling on your bed. Is it ticking in space or lost in the chase? Time! Cash! Time! Is it yours? Is it mine? A spiral of light. Oh, time! Cash!
Hello, Dragon Queen.
Greetings, Time Cat. What brings you to my realm?
You need to fix time and space.
I understand. Let us begin.
Time? What is time?
An illusion of the mind. Precisely, Dragon Queen.
earth is trembling where she has trod. The armor glows with a violet sheen. Bow your heads for the Dragon Queen. Lucia, wings of the rainbow, heart of the pyre, forged in the sun and the celestial fire. With a tail of iron and a crown of bone, she guards the heights on her obsidian throne. From the human form to the dragon scale, the queen of the mountain shall never fail. The sun goes down, the moon ascends, a crescent in the sky. The silver filigree extends as the dragon starts to fly. Iridescent feathers spread, a prism in the dark. The stars are turning ghostly red at every golden spark. Hear the roar that splits the night. The queen is taking wing, bathed in shards of lunar light. Hear the heavens sound. Lucia, wings of the rainbow, heart of the pyre, forged in the sun and the celestial fire. With a tail of iron and a crown of bone, she guards the heights on her obsidian throne. From the human form to the dragon scale, the queen of the mountain. But she walks not alone through the rift and the tear. A shadow is moving, though nothing is there. With eyes like gold embers and fur dark as night, the time cat emerges to stand in her light. A flick of a whisker, a leap through the stars. They mend every timeline and heal all the scars. The new guardian rises with Lucia's guide. Through the fabric of space where the clock has no hands and the gravity dies. The dragon protects where the black feline flies. The queen and the shadow have time to The endless shatters, the vortex is wide. With the guardian cat as a silent guide. One is the fire, one is the void. Saving the worlds that the years have destroyed. Lucia, wings of the rainbow, heart of the pyre, forged in the sun and the
night as in shadow falls, the Dragon Queen. Lucia calls. I've seen the seasons burn to gold and then to winter white. I've chased the sun across the world to hold back every night. I carry history on my back, the weight of every age, like ink that's drying slowly on a giant ancient page. I thought the seconds were a chain, a heavy iron line, until I met the shadow with the eyes that brightly shine.
Time. What is time?
Illusion of the mind.
It bends and it fades,
But I'm never left behind.
though the stars may flicker out
And the oceans turn to rain,
I will always be on time.
so time is time again.
You see a river rushing fast toward a jagged fall. I see the water standing still, I see it one and all. I want the gaps between the ticks, the silence in the beat. I felt the frozen cosmos and the sun's eternal heat. Mankind is trapped in yesterday or somewhere far away, but I am sitting in the center of the only day. Time. What is time?
An illusion of the mind.
It bends and it fades,
I'm never left behind.
though the stars may flicker out and the oceans turn to rain, I will always be on time. So time is time again. I spread my rainbow wings and soar across the deep.
And I'm the secret thought you have before you fall asleep.
The Templar stands his ground because he knows the end is near.
But near is just a word I used to play with you and fear.
The order in the dark, the rhythm in the storm, where the dragon meets the kitten and the universe is born. I am the purple queen of old, the girl with scales of light. And I am just the shadow that is tucked away from sight. We watch the world below us turn its devil ways to dust, while we hold the keys to everything in discipline and trust. I feel his weight upon my tail, a steady silver
The air is thick with ozone, a scent of ancient ink. Standing on the precipice, the world is on the brink. The chrono rift is bleeding out, a jagged broken line, where history is stuttering and death is out of time. Below the blue flames flicker back, the soldiers rise and fall. A king's greed broke the hourglass and cursed them one and all. Lucia looks to the shadow at her feet, where the gold sigils glow and the rhythms beat. The anchor is left, the glass has been torn, but the queen and the feline are heroes reborn. Hold the weave, little shadow, pin the moment down. The Dragon Queen is rising to save a burning town. With scales of violet lightning and wings of rainbow light, she's welding back the future in the Carnage come from a throat of black fur. The universe stops at the sound of his purr. The glitch is exposed, a wound in the sky. Now let the prismatic The kingdom sleeps in peace tonight. Beneath the dragon's wings of light, 1 second at a time, the stars begin to
The veil parts, the throne calls. None shall defy our ascent.
The sun is a memory, the moon just a ghost. As we drift past the stars to the furthermost coast, I used to think moments were carved out of stone, but I was just wandering the ages alone.
The hands on the clock are a trick of the light, a flicker of gold in the belly of night. What is time? Just a case that the mortal mind built, a tapestry woven of sorrow and guilt.
But it twists and it bends like a river of glass, watching the eons and centuries pass. An illusion of mind, a trick of the eye, while we chase the horizons across the deep sky.
Through the rifts and the ruins, whatever
in time. Time, what is time? It's the illusion of the mind. Time, what is time? It's the illusion of the mind. The silence of the graveyard was a mask I wore before I knew what these paws were for. Do you remember Kyoto? The pink on the stone. We were never meant to leave those petals alone.
We stole them from the branch just to watch them decay. A century of winter in a single May. Then you dove for the fire, the heart of the star, and I followed the light to find where you were.
In the wires, they're ready to go.
Remember Napoleon, the maps on the desk. We turned his grand strategy to something grotesque. History's a tapestry, but we are the shears cutting out the boredom and the wasted years. Shadows in the server, two ghosts in the grave, making sure the timeline never feels the same.
From the ruins of Atlantis to Mars first dawn, to rebels living fate like a Tangolion.
We're the glitch in the system, the tear in the sky, the only ones living while the centuries die. Through moons and circuits, through data and dust, in a universe of chaos, we're the only us.
They are the cosmic moon, light the guardians of now and then, time and space.
I watched you leap into the supernova's core.
I wanted to see what the vacuum was for. I brought the anchor, I brought the weight, and I brought the lightning, the sirens are fate. They think they can lock us in a linear line, but we're Catch me if you can.
Time can't.
I already did 10 minutes from now. circuit broke, the neon bled to gray. The devil reached in and tore the light away. One moment her static was humming in my ear. The next there was nothing but 1,000 years of fear.
I dove into the slipstream, I tore the clocks apart, searching every timeline for the beating of her heart. Through black holes and heavens I called out her name, but the devil's cold laughter was the only thing that came.
Then the stars parted ways for a crown of ancient gold. A dragoness queen with a story yet untold. Lucia rose up from a bed of dying suns, with a roar that could silence the heavy-hitting guns. She saw the tide cat weeping in the hollows of the deep. She said the devil's secrets are a debt he cannot keep. Climb upon my scales, weaver of the hour. We'll burn down the gates of his shadow-haunted tower.
Across the sea of ghosts, in the burning cosmic sands, with the dragoness queen and the time within my hands.
We're hunting down the darkness that dared to break the bond, to the edge of the universe and everything beyond.
Lucia breathes the fire, I command the flow. We're coming for the one who wouldn't let her go.
The devil stood tall on a throne made of lies, but he hadn't seen the fury in a dragon's golden eyes. Lucia tore the sky, I froze the ticking beat. We brought the king of shadows to his knees in his defeat. The walls of the abyss began to crack and fall, and through the smoke and static I heard a familiar call. The Kronos Crusade. Finding the spark. A flicker in the corner, a glitch within the dark. Catcher was waiting, still holding on to the spark. Her circuitry was damaged, her white hair turned to night, but her eyes were still burning with that rebel cat light. Lucia did her I've lived 1,000 lives in shades of black and gray, counting every second as the centuries decay. I was a shadow walking through a world of stone, a king of every era, but I ruled them all alone. Then you arrived like lightning in a summer night, and for the first time in forever, the dark felt right. stars here are different. They breathe with a silver light. No suns to define the day, no shadows to own the night. We've jumped past the maps and the charts that the ancients drew, into a silence so deep it feels like it's brand new. My black fur is fading into the violet sky, watching the ghosts of the galaxies drifting by.
I've seen the seasons burn to gold and then to winter white. I've chased the sun across the world to hold back every night. I carry history on my back, the weight of every age, like ink that's drying slowly on a giant ancient page. I thought the seconds were a chain, a heavy iron line, until I met the shadow with the eyes that brightly shine.
Time, what is time?
Illusion of the mind, it bends and it fades, but I'm never left behind. Though the stars may flicker out and the oceans turn to rain, I will always be on time. So time is time again.
You see a river rushing fast toward a jagged fall. I see the water standing still, I see it one and all. I walk the gaps between the ticks, the silence in the beat. I felt the frozen cosmos and the sun's eternal heat. Mankind is trapped in yesterday or somewhere far away, but I am sitting in the center of the only day. Time, what is time? An illusion of the mind, it bends and it fades, I'm never left behind. Though the stars may flicker out and the oceans turn to rain, I will always be on time. So time is time again. I spread my rainbow wings and soar across the deep, and I'm the secret thought you have before you fall asleep. The Templar stands his ground because he knows the end is near, but near is just a word I use to play with human fear. The order in the dark, the rhythm in the storm, where the dragon meets the kitten and the universe is born. I am the purple queen of old, the girl with scales of light, and I am just the shadow that is tucked away from sight. We watch the world below